Thanks for dropping in. Doot doot. Got some jazz on today. Take the edge off of the heat. I'm very sweaty, as you can already see. Haven't done one of these for a while. Haven't done like a straight up devlog. I've put a link in the description. We've got a Discord just for Golem Gourmet. So if you're interested in the game, you want to drop in there, please do. That's the best way to keep up with updates and stuff. I post about the game on Blue Sky a little bit, but mostly in there. And this project has not had loads done on it from my end for the last couple of months, and really in the last couple of weeks I've just sort of got back into it. So Gleb, my co-developer, has been doing lots and lots of back-end work, and you'll see some of that if you're familiar with the game already. You'll see some of that today. And I've just been kind of doing stuff to help make the pivot to this being a bit more of a food-themed game. You cut out, I think. Okay, I don't know. I will come and go. That happened on the last stream as well. I don't know what is happening to internet here. But the last time I streamed, we did have some outages. So it's all good. It's going to be a pretty chilled one today. I just thought I will be working on this anyway for a few hours, and I might as well stream it and have a nice little chill time. And I tend not to do streams on this unless I'm working on something a little bit fun or interesting to watch. So today we're going to be making a tentacle. Yeah, I don't really know what I can do to reduce the lag. Let me see. All good. Well, I'm going to get going, and then hopefully the lag will sort itself out. But I'll put some jazz on instead of the game music, because the game music is quite abrupt at certain points. Also, probably going to do some sort of video on how I worked out this logo and this marketing art stuff, and post some time lapses of the art and stuff like that soon, but I think that's maybe a video rather than a stream. Oh, I'll just close the music down. Yeah, so this is a game we've been working on for a while. This channel is really about other people's games and not my games, but occasionally I stream what I'm working on if I think it will be interesting to people. I don't do a lot of this because if you do a lot of it, then people tend to sort of start viewing you as a technical instructor and coming to you asking how you use your tools and stuff, and I'm not really interested in doing that kind of education. So yeah, that's what's going on here. So we've got this new recipe system. This is something that Gleb built to make it easier to pass stuff into our cauldron and make our cauldron work. And then we've also got, I think, the food, is it called food data? Have a look. Cooking data, that's what it's called. So this is our system for how the cooking works in the game. The last thing I did really in the project was import a bunch of new food. So I've been drawing sprites for food and thinking about how they fit into the kind of economy of the game. Because one of the things about this game, I know there's a lot of games that have this kind of dungeon meshy type theme where you are kind of cooking using monsters as ingredients, but I really didn't want it to just be a case of like you hit a monster with the stick until it dies and then you use it to make food. I really want a lot of the food to be stuff that you have to extract from the environment in interesting ways that you have to learn. So, you know, with the meals, we're going to have cheese as like a block that you have to actually blow up and have like cheese moons and stuff. And then Game Maker uses a language called GML. It's a proprietary language. And I think the reason I get on with it reasonably well is everything is referred to in game terms rather than, you know, when you use a game engine that uses C or something, you have to just use the conventions of that language. And that's always been a stumbling block for me learning a game engine that uses a conventional language, because there's ways of describing things which are just meant for like traditional or just generic computer science purposes, and then when you get to a game you have to like do this double translation of like, oh, okay, what is this called in C and then what is it called in this game? So I never really got over that hurdle, and GML is the only language where I've spent a few months with it and actually felt like I'm getting better, whereas I haven't had that experience with trying to code in any other context. So yeah, I've got these tentacles that are an ingredient now, but there's no way to actually obtain them in the game. So if we go back to that, where's that cooking data gone? Is it on this menu? No, I think I closed it. So we've got a couple of recipes that use the raw tentacle. You can make tempura, sushi, or ravioli from the tentacle. So the tempura is made from a carrot and a tentacle. And the kind of logic that I'm using for our cooking system at the moment, because every meal is just made out of two things. I never want to make something that has to have like multiple ingredients. It's always just combining two things. And one of the other rules is that it can't be two of the same thing. They have to be two different things. That's just the kind of restriction I've placed on this economy to make sure it makes sense. Yeah, I think I have pulled the changes on main, I think. Yeah, I've got them. Well, it says there's one that I haven't fetched. Should have closed that first. Close first. Okay. Right, that should be updated now. But yeah, there's a bunch of data-driven stuff in this game that I only partially understand because Gleb's built it. So the bit where the data gets added for like what a recipe is or whatever, I understand all that end, and that means that I can kind of design new content without necessarily, well, you know, if I go and look at the cauldron and look at how it picks data to make it take two ingredients and make a meal, I can understand that, but I do have to work it out every time because it's using stuff that I'm not familiar with. So yeah, the recipes, we've got 3 recipes that use the tentacle, and the tentacle is going to be like a relatively late game ingredient. And I didn't want to just have a monster that you have to whack with your spoon to get the tentacles. And I was thinking of like a snake type growth path where there's a tentacle that will spawn in certain circumstances and it kind of grows forward and turns and grows and then blocks your way, and you would have to like bomb it to get it out of the way. And then when you do, you get some of these tentacle pieces that can be used to cook with. So yeah, we've only got 3 things that use the tentacle at the moment, but I'm going to start implementing the tentacle so that we've got it. And we've got a way of harvesting it, and then we've got a new kind of hazard for the game as well. Because I'm not sure that this will actually hurt you, but it will stop you from moving around the level. And I will just play the game for a minute for anyone who hasn't seen it before. But it's a platformer that you build as you go. And that means that one of the things that's important in this game is I don't want the challenge of the game to rely too much on the moment to moment trying not to die. Like, it's quite easy to get your health back. If you get hurt, there's loads of food laying around. You can just eat food to get your health back. The biggest challenge is trying not to fall down a hole and die, because that's like the classic platformer thing. Because when that happens, you don't teleport back, you just die. And there might be... I've been thinking about whether that's too harsh, but what I do want is for the building of the level to require you to think a bit. So if you do build a room and then there's a tentacle in it and that tentacle like takes up the whole room and then doesn't let you pass, you now have a problem that you need to go and find a bomb to deal with and come back. So yeah, it's a... you sort of end up building a kind of big sprawling Metroidvania type level and jumping back and forth between areas because you're making and serving food, and that means that I'm going to have to take this monster egg from here and like take it over here and drop it in a cauldron to make a dish, and then oh no, the cauldron's not lit, so I need to go and get a torch from somewhere, and all of that kind of stuff. So that's generally how the game works. It's a weird mashup of things. There's a kind of deck buildery part to build your rooms, and that will change over time as you get some upgrades in the metagame. You'll get kind of different stuff here. And I've always really wanted the challenge to be not too focused on like how easy it is to die when you're jumping around, because it's not a very combat focused game. We do have a whack that we can do, and we can like whack creatures, but this isn't a Hollow Knight or a Nine Souls. It's a Spelunky, you know, and that means that although we can hurt stuff and destroy stuff by whacking it, the emphasis isn't really supposed to be on like the skill that you have in that little kind of combat mini game. And so I think the tentacle is going to be a cool addition, because it can kind of grow around in a space and mess it up for you so that you can't get across. Or there might even be occasional conditions where the tentacle, you know, accidentally makes a bridge for you. And that means that, yeah, you're going to occasionally mess up your room by spawning a tentacle. But if you blow the tentacle up, it's going to drop these tentacle slices, which you can then use to cook some of the more expensive dishes in the game. And Nate said, it would be good if those obstacles were visible during the room selection screen so you could plan a room choice around it, perhaps. Yeah, we're going to do a little bit more of that, because I want... At the moment, when you spawn a room, there's quite a lot of randomness internal to the room, and I don't think I actually want that. I think I want to make the game eventually... I've been discussing this with Gleb as well, so that when you pick a room, you kind of know what's going to be in it to about 80% of accuracy. So it's like, when I build this room, I know I'll get a carrot, and I know there'll be a snail in there. Or when I build this room, I know there'll be this type of monster and one of these items. Because otherwise there's just too much chaos and too much randomness for you to really be able to plan. So the way that the room build screen will eventually work is, currently we've got some flavor text that tells you about the room, which is kind of meaningless, and instead we'll just have a little print of icons of what could be in there. And then there'll be certain things like the relic chests, which are randomized, and you don't know you're getting them until you open the room. So you get a nice moment of like bonus surprise. But mostly I think I want the rooms to tell you what's in them, because then we can have quite a large amount of rooms, and some of them can have a very unique thing in them. But you just kind of know what's in there before you build it most of the time. The font used in the menus is the same one that I use for a lot of Indie Game Clinic stuff. It's like a 70s kids show font, and I kind of thought it would remind me of a little bit of like a 70s kids TV show gone wrong, you know, like a Muppets or something like that vibe, which I think fits a lot of the quirky fantasy of the game. Naomi said, is the choice of rooms completely random each time, or can some rooms lead to others? So the way it currently works is you have a starting deck. Let's room deck? No. It's going to be room data, isn't it? Haven't looked at this for a while. Rooms data, there we go. So these are all the rooms. These are the rooms. You start off with a deck that has a certain set of rooms in it. And they are grey, green, and red. And then there are golden rooms that only get shuffled into your deck during the run if you find a treasure map. And those are like rooms with really good stuff in. But if you're not playing the game well or you don't have enough keys, you won't actually get to build the gold room because it's been shuffled into your deck and it's at the bottom. So you either need to collect more keys to be able to even open the doors, or you need to use it's called Shuffle Spice at the moment. It's the mechanic that lets you redraw rooms. And then you can also get additional green and red rooms. And there may be some metagame element of like gradually adding certain things to the deck which come up every time, but it's not really a deck builder in the sense that you're not really thinking about it that much during your run. But basically the deck starts off the same. There are changes you can make to it during a run, and there are maybe going to be some more long-term changes of like gradually adding more stuff you can add to it. Yeah. Carnivorous plant is a good idea. So we do have plants in this as well. That there's flowers, and when they spawn, they only grow a little bit every time you build a new room, and you don't know what they're going to grow into until they've finished the last stage. So I would like to have some more unusual plants eventually, like a bomb plant and stuff like that. The reason I did the flowers was so there will be stuff where the room kind of increases in value the further you get away from it and the longer it's been built. So the green rooms, they grow all these flowers randomly in them. When you come back, you can like pick those flowers and use them ingredients, but they're not initially there. They don't spawn fully grown. You have to build more rooms for them to grow. Akril said, do you like the speed of movement? Gravity and pacing of movement feels hardcore to me. It's not fully decided. I mean, the other thing that we've got in this game that Gleb has built that's great is we have a plugin called Figgy, and this might be a very normal thing if you use other certain game engines, but GameMaker doesn't actually have like a live config tweaker where you can change variables while you're playing the game. And so I keep talking about Gleb. For those of you who don't know, Gleb, who's in the chat currently, has been working on this game with me, but we met because Gleb builds GameMaker libraries for other people's games. And so initially he was just sort of coaching me to use his libraries. And then we ended up using Room Loader, which is how the rooms are loaded into the game, which is like not something that GameMaker would natively be able to do in a very good way. And I did have a way set up to do it, but it was very, very janky. So now that we've got Gleb's Room Loader, I can just build them in the normal level editor of GameMaker, and then they're saved to that list you saw a minute ago with all the rooms in the deck, and then they're sort of printed into the game. And then the other library that I've got off of Gleb is this thing Figgy, which allows us to build these custom config things, which means that I can be playing the game and like change the base speed of walking and running and stuff like that, which is like great. It's good. So, you know, we can drop the gravity. So if you, like you said, the jump feels a bit hardcore. I'm stuck in the ground now because the collision on that ship is not set up now. So yeah, we can. I got launched immediately right up in the air. So yeah, we can change stuff like that. My game over doesn't have a loop back, so I'm stuck in it forever. So yeah, what we're gonna do is dev tools. Yeah, exactly. So what we're gonna do is make a new solid block. And this is going to be called Tentacle. And I've sort of roughly worked out the logic for this in my head before we started, which I think is generally quite an important thing to do. I'm just going to like clear all of this. Just make sure I haven't done this on the... And then what I'm going to do to make this easy to test is just go to all of our... These are called space docks, and I'm going to just put a tentacle in each of them. So, because this is randomized each time we play the game, so I'm going to just stick these in here so that we're going to, whenever I run the game, we'll get a test. A slightly long-winded way of doing it, but I can't think of a better way right now, and it's not that bad. Debug T to teleport to... I keep forgetting about that as well. Yeah, that's great. I wouldn't have tentacles in the debug spawner, and the reason is that they're blocks rather than... They're going to be part of the block... what would you call it? Layer. Rather than the item layer. So, but that's fine. I'm going to just put them in like this now anyway, because I want to just run the game and then see them go immediately. So I don't mind doing a little janky thing. So what I'm thinking with these, and I think this is a good example of why, you know, sometimes it's good to just like think the problem through before you sit down at the computer. So if you're watching this with any expectation that you're going to learn anything as a totally new developer, you're not going to get much of that from me, because I don't really know what I'm doing. But one thing I will say is try and like solve as much of a programming problem as you can when you're not actually at the keyboard, when you're just like walking around doing something else. You know, like go out for a walk and then plan your session and be like, okay, I'm going to build this feature, and this is roughly how I imagine the logic working. So what I'm thinking, I'm going to pseudocode it out and think it out aloud before doing any actual implementation here. So a tentacle is a type of solid block. A tentacle can be blown up with an explosion, and when it does, it drops tentacle meat. When a tentacle spawns, it has a number of charges. The tentacle will use a charge up each time it grows. When a tentacle hasn't grown yet, it will always look like a tip, right? So we're going to have a sprite for the end of the tentacle, the tip, and that will always be the piece of the tentacle that hasn't grown yet. So if we have one block of the tentacle and then it grows and the tip moves to the next, then the bit that previously grew will not be allowed to look like a tip anymore, and only the new bit will look like a tip, right? So the logic that would just make us have a tentacle that grows directly upward, which is kind of how our algorithm for spawning the trees occurs. It's very funny to call it an algorithm, because it's literally just like a series of random rolls to put a tree up, and then occasionally a branch sticks out either side. But what we want to do is, if you think of how like a tile-based movement thing works in a game like Snake, is I want the tentacle to grow out. And I'm not sure about the timing yet. I'm thinking maybe when the tentacle grows, maybe it starts off fast and slows down the longer the tentacle gets. I'm not sure. But we'll have something like that, because that will make it feel organic, right? And this isn't like... The way that the trees spawn in this game is when you open a room, the trees just immediately build. So they look like they were always there. But every green room has a couple of stumps in it for trees, and they will grow to different heights every time you spawn the room. So there's a little bit of internal variability of like where the fruit is and where the heights of those little mini platforms are. But yeah, so the tentacle will be actual blocks, but they will move like the pieces do in Snake, where they're like making 90-degree turns. And I think it will bias a little bit to going in the direction it's already facing. Right, so we start off facing a direction, which means I could place them in a level and have them turned around so that they're not like always facing upwards. They generally grow forwards, and then maybe they have a 25% chance or smaller to turn either way. The other thing that means in terms of the artwork flow is I don't need to create like a 9 slice. You know, if you've ever used RPG Maker and you look at the way that they do paths and rivers, they have like a big system for how that works. I don't need to do that because it's on and stuff like that, and make sure that we've done that in a sensible way. And what I might do is make the forward facing, the tip, and the kind of elbows, I guess they would be called, the corners. I might make them as separate sprites because I think I want them to have their own little random animation cycle so they can squish and move and feel alive rather than feeling like a static block. And that could give us some stuff to play around with as well, because we can play around with the speed of those animations, and we can make it so that the tip is faster than the bit further down the body. So yeah, if you imagine this tentacle is going to be like, initially it's a block, and then it kind of grows out and takes up a space. And I can give that first block a charge and say, this tentacle is 12. And then as it grows out, it will deplete charges until there's none left, and it will be 12 long in like whatever, you know, direction it's chosen to grow in. And then that means I can either have them as an environmental feature where they just grow, or if I want to have like a, you know, like some weird type boss room where there is a creature with 4 of these things sticking out of it, then I can do that as well. But I want to just make the tentacle on its own first, because that will give us this fun problem for the player to deal with of, oh, this tentacle is messing up my path and making it hard to get back across the level or whatever. And also a source for this tentacle ingredient. And like I said earlier, I really don't want this to be like... not Cook Serve. What's the other dungeon cooking game? Not Cook Serve Delicious. I mean, there's a lot of games with this dungeon meshy theme at the moment, and I really don't want this one to just be everything you cook with is just killed from a monster, because we're doing this kind of... it feels weird to call Spelunky an ImSim, but there's something about Spelunky in the way that it does a platformer where, you know, you're constantly picking up objects, taking them to different places, throwing them at different things. And that's kind of been our base for what the action-adventure platformer part of this game is all this time. So I don't want to go too far in the territory of like every ingredient is got by beating up a creature. And this is a case where actually the thing is really big and dense. You need a bomb to deal with it, and then that's going to drop all of this like all of this tentacle meat on the floor when you do that. I haven't played Starseed Pilgrim, no. Yeah, that's a cool idea, Nate. I have been thinking about that for a long time, just like having scary stuff that appears in the background and spooks you out. I think what I really want to do with this game is like trick cozy gamers into playing it, and the first sort of 4 hours are very cozy gamer friendly, and then it gradually gets more and more cozy horror. So placeholder art is tip, shaft, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to call it a shaft, and elbow. And I'm not sure if the elbow needs to actually have... I think the thing I need to be careful with this is how I shade it as well. Because I don't want to do directional shading, I want to do pillow shading so that we can use the same elbow regardless of the orientation. So what I will do is... no directional shading, just making our little to-do list here. I think that's it, really. This is like the basic functionality of the tentacle and everything we need to do it. So... I think I'll do a little bit of sorting while we're here as well. So I'm going to create a folder for organic blocks. Because that, I think, I'm just looking at what's here. Got quite a lot of sort of stuff like mushroom stalks and everything. That's... I'll do that later. That's not important for now. Okay, so we've got a tentacle block. And what I am going to do though is create a So the way that the sprites for this mostly work, in a lot of cases, is... Oh, that should go in there. So a lot of the blocks just have these massive long sprite sheets like this. This is like the fungus blocks in the game, and it just picks a random one of these and reorients it each time. I like the fungus ones because they sort of overlap. They break the frame of the blocks, which is one of the reasons why we're not using a tile system, or that's kind of a bit backwards because I didn't build this with a tile system, which means it might not actually be as performant. But then one of the benefits of that is we can do this weird art stuff where you've got like overlapping blocks, which does actually look pretty cool and was probably worth it. Okay, tentacle block, tip. See what I want to do there is make sure I base it on one of these so that I don't get anything in the wrong place. I know I do need to sort this out in terms of organizing all these assets at some point. So I'm gonna make it so that the game thinks that the normal orientation is upward facing. I'm just gonna do a little bit of that there so we can see where it's animating. I'm trying to keep the join down here sort of. I like to do little bits of animation into placeholder art because you're going to be hooking that in the code. So to me, that's more important to just have there in the first place if it's relevant, because then you can just get that all done in one go. Tentacle block. I'm going to call it a trunk rather than a shaft, just so that you can all enjoy your lunches. And we're going to just fill the entire block up with purple so that it's generally the shape of a normal block. And then, actually I can do this with this is my favorite game maker feature. You can draw on stuff while it's animating. And that will give us our wiggliness. My count. Jazz. I've got a license for this jazz. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry for the delays, folks. It's just being a pain today. Okay, tip, elbow, and trunk. And there might be other parts of this creature. There might even be a head that these grow out of, but we don't need that right now because that's not the thing we're focused on. So an elbow for this is going to actually be... It doesn't really matter what the base orientation is. But this is one where I would need to kind of like cut the corner off so we can see where the orientation is. And then because it's going to have a full cube coming out each side, then this can be quite tight. So I haven't shaded the others, but what this one would look like is it's got this kind of like little recess down here that's shaded in. Like almost like a little armpit. And then I'll just, again, run the animation and just put some wiggle on here. Just one of my favorite game maker things, is being able to draw on something while it's moving. Yeah, so we've got... Oh no, they've been misnamed now. They're all named wrong. How did I do that? Okay, that's the trunk. That's the tip. That's the elbow. It's doing some weird stuff where it's getting the... Got a little, some sort of bug on the thumbnails up here. But that's fine. We've got the right ones now. So that's all we need to do there for now. And then what I'll do is later on, I made the tentacles this kind of color, and that's partly a reference. It's partly a nice little Day of the Tentacle reference for the boomers. But I also wanted to make sure it was very clearly a monster tentacle and not an octopus tentacle. And one of the reasons why we've got a tentacle is I wanted the sushi and this like seafood ravioli and stuff to be made out of something that was seafood adjacent but wasn't actually a fish. Because maybe there'll be a version of this game one day where we want to have liquid and like things you can jump into and swim around in, like the kind of swimming Mario levels and stuff. But I don't want to spec that in now because it's definitely a Here Be Dragons type feature. So I introduced the tentacle-based dishes because I thought a tentacle is kind of like seafood. If it's like eldritch seafood. So that's kind of where we're going with that. So this is going to have a couple of its own variables. I think it's just charge. So we create one manually, and it has a charge of, say, like 12 or whatever. And then when one is created, it sort of decides if it's going to grow based on its charge. But when a new one is created by the previous one, it inherits its charge and reduces it by 1. I don't know if this can be burned variable even works. It'd be good if it can, if it does. If that just works with other stuff we've already done, brilliant. So we're going to have growth charges and a boolean called has grown. So Sean, I will answer your question in a minute. I just want to make a couple of minutes of progress on this code, and then I will come back to what you asked. Sean was asking, what are we trying to evoke with this tentacle dish? What's the experience or emotion? We'll talk about that in a minute, but chat can feel free to speculate on that. I think there's folks in the chat that have a very good idea of what the sort of creative direction and intended fun of this game is. Okay, so when we make a new one, we can use has grown to like early exit from any code that we're normally yeah, let's have one more number for growth age. That will be like, I don't know, just make it a small number to start off with. Okay, step event. And I think the block that this is inherited from has its own age counter, which I need to have in it. Yeah, we've got age here. It's so old that it's formatted wrong. I love seeing my old code. Tentacle, where are you? Here it is. Okay. So, if age is greater than or equal to growth age and... No, actually, we'll do the has grown first because that will give us our early out. If has grown equals false. Can I just do that? I can never remember if I can do that. If has grown equals false and growth charges is greater than 0. Okay, so do this one last because that's the more complex comparison. That's right. Okay. So step events, and I can time slice this at some point if we need to as well, but doesn't matter right now. So we check if it's grown, which they won't start off as having grown. We check if it has any growth charges, because if the tentacle's grown quite long, it's not going to have any growth charges left. And then we check if the age of the block is over the growth age, and that's what gives us our delay. And the benefit of doing that is we can set the growth age individually for each one, and that means we can make a tentacle that slows down in growth as it grows longer, or inversely starts off slow and gets faster. And I'm not sure which of those will be better, but I want to play around with it because I feel like that's the thing that's going to make it feel kind of sludgy and organic, is to have, maybe it's even randomized, is each block has a sort of stuttered randomized delay for like how long it waits till it grows the next one. Okay, so what we're going to do now is decide which way to grow. And I think what we should do is we need to check the direction we're facing in and check the space in that direction, because that's going to be the thing we'll be biased towards. So most of the time we're just going to grow the way that we're facing, and then we'll have a small chance to turn in another direction. So we want to do that first. I feel like I want to do this with switches, so... So, again, just in case you have mistakenly come in here thinking I'm going to be an expert that knows how all the code works, I'm just going to copy over how a switch expression works from the... how a switch function works from the manual and use that in a minute, because I cannot remember. I haven't done much coding in weeks. So we are going to have a variable called grow direction. Call it grow type. The manual is where we go to get our copy pasta. Code snippets on it. Oh. Gleb, you are literally worth your weight in gold. This is why you should hire programmers, because they help you. They write the code, but then they also coach you on your own code. So let me see if the code snippet is the same. So if I go F4 and go switch. Yeah, it's the same. What's different? Oh, it's because this has got the code there. I'm repeating myself a little bit because turn left and turn right are going to be very similar code, but that's fine. Gleb's so good. Absolutely. Okay. So I don't actually want this to be randomized. I've just set that up as like the kind of default fallback thing. So, I'm I need to like work out where the next tile location is based on the rotation of this object. So we have a parent class just called object solid parent, and everything that is like a collidable thing that isn't a creature or an item is that. So that includes stuff like the ship. Oh, that's cool. Thanks for joining, Saun. Can we do that? I think we can. Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to do what I need to do right now. Yeah, so we're going to go var mbx. So if we rotated 9 degrees, then mbx will be this, mby will be this. Yeah, I think this is the way to do it. I can't think of a better way right now, so we're going to go with this. If the block is at a 90-degree angle, then the x will be... and the y will be what it currently is. If we're at a 180 degree angle, we're pointing downwards, so the X will be the same and the Y will be minus the tile size. And if we're at 270, we'll be facing to the left, which will be X minus the tile size and the same Y as the current block. And then the default will be, if we're facing upwards, which will be the tile size. Oh no, hang on. This will be plus and this will be minus. I've got them the wrong way around. And if this is at exactly the moment of growth, then I can do the... You can suggest that, Sean, but if I can't immediately understand how that works, then it's probably not a good idea for me to incorporate it, because I won't be able to understand it when I come back to it. If I've worked it out myself, even if it's long-winded, I will at least understand it next time I look at it. Yeah. It's one of the... I'm not super good at math, so if I look at that, I'm particularly bad at geometry and understanding sine and cosine and stuff. It's one of those things that every time I do it, I have to relearn it, and I can't retain it. Okay, so this should probably be in some sort of while loop, or it kind of randomizes the direction it's trying to grow in a few times, checks if anything's there, and if it can't grow in that direction, it should like re-randomize it again. So we get rid of that for now. That's not what we need. Yeah, Trigger's evil. Okay, so before anything we do anything, oh no, we need to do that. I need to do this more than once, so this should be a function really, but I'm going to just copy it and repeat it for now. If we already know it's stuck, then we force it to try and turn. Think that will work? Okay, so it checks if the tentacle can grow. If it can't, it sets its grow type to stuck. If the grow type is stuck, it forces it to turn left or right. And then, if it's not stuck, it has a 1 in 4 chance to turn left or right anyway. Then we check if the space is empty, and then we grow into it. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think that's all we need to do. So we check if the place meeting is free again. I think we're going to end up with some trouble around the elbows, but I'm going to... No, actually, what we should be doing here is using this grow type. Grow type equals choose. And then we do turn left or turn right. And because I'm trying to work out where to set the sprite as well, because we've got that elbow sprite that we need to transform it into, but only if it can actually move. Because the elbow sprite should never be the final one, because the final one should always be the tip of the tentacle. Okay, so it starts thinking it's going to go forward. It checks if it can. If it can't, it sets its grow type to stuck. If its grow type is stuck, it changes to trying to grow left or right. In which case it might get stuck again. We need to account for that. Which I might do down here. If it's not stuck or turning left or right, it has a chance to turn left or right anyway. And if none of those conditions are met, it decides it's going to grow forward. I'm not totally sure we've caught everything there. And then there's quite a lot of steps to this, and I can't work out. So if it's turning left, we would change the angle, and then we detect. Yeah, so this doesn't happen until later on, I guess. Bearing in mind the check to see if it's a solid will catch other bits of tentacle, because the tentacle is a child of just a regular solid block. Okay, let's do it. This is going to be a long-winded thing, but to be honest, it's a lot more complicated than anything I've done for a while, and I'm sure there is a more elegant way of doing this, but I'll try and get it working in the long-winded way, and then if it needs refactoring later, then great, whatever. Okay, so we set the intention of the thing. And then we use that to set the actual facing direction of this sprite. There's two things here, isn't there? There's the actually spawning the next piece of the tentacle, and then there's setting the sprite of this tentacle. And the spawning the next piece is more important. But what I've done here is I've used the image angle to work out where the next location is. So we would need to set the image angle here. So image angle plus equals 0 plus equals 90. No, that's minus because we're turning left. That's counterclockwise. That's plus. Changes its sprite, then it's going to check if the space is free for it to grow into. And if the space isn't free, it will fall back into being a tip. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how. I feel like it might need to be recursive, but I'm going to check it because I'm going to like build it as far as I can and then run it, because there might be a situation where just the first time it gets stuck, it stops, and that's fine. It might be kind of more lenient on the player to not make this too intelligent, if that makes sense. So I always do things in the dumb way first, because if you make it too intelligent, it might just be harder on the player in a way that's not fun. So I will just make the kind of simplest version of this I can first. Also to warm up my brain, because I haven't done anything like this in a very long time. Okay, so if yeah, I haven't set the image angles up that way just because I've always got the pointing as upwards to start off with. Just, I think it's just because it's the way I set the spikes up. So I didn't want to have to place spikes down in a level and then rotate them every time because the facing direction was wrong. Okay, so if Mm-hmm. Right, and then the new block needs to inherit the... Oh, no. It needs to inherit the... image angle of this block. Actually, maybe we can make... Yeah, let's only put that here. Only does has grown if it actually makes a block, not if it gets stuck. See if it works. It's not going to work. It's the first time we've run it in the entire time that I've been writing this. It's going to immediately break in some awful way. But we'll see. Why is it not opening? Something's happening. Compile errors. Line 100. Header. They're going. They're going. Okay, they're not graphicsing right, but they're definitely doing something interesting. Oh no, tentacles. I need to stop that happening. It's ridiculous. Every time. What I need to do is whack the default health up so I don't keep accidentally killing myself. Sometimes when I restart a run with the debug tools, or the forfeit run thing, it flings me up in the air and I die from full damage, which is funny. I also need to remember that I've got this lovely feature that Gleb built. Okay, so it's working, but the new piece needs to not look like a tip until it needs to look like a tip. That doesn't really make sense, but... And like Gleb said, the spaces can wrap around, which means that the way that I've done of reading the direction of the tentacle doesn't work. So I might just have to have our own variable for which direction it's going in that is separate from the image angle. Maybe not use image angle at all, because then we don't have to worry about... I can manually rotate the sprite to do what we want without the engine getting confused or whatever. So we're going to have this problem that Gleb gets stuck in it, but that can be something to resolve later on. Let's give them more starting charges. So, where's my tentacle? Let's start them off with 30 growth charges. And we'll have a... okay. Cool. Okay, so let's go back through this and try to sort some of this angle stuff out. It shouldn't be called angle, it should be called dir. Growth dir. Mod 2 image angle 3. Okay, I didn't know that. That's cool. So what we do here is growth angle. Will I do that though? Oh, I think I'm overcomplicating it. So if I just do what Gleb just suggested. Okay, so we use image angle. So that would need to be or do that. Is that right? That kind of thing. Zevsvetus, we are going to have sliders for things like amount of effects and lighting on stuff on this, I think. Okay, so that works. Okay, so when it grows, if it's an elbow and not a tip, if it should stay as an elbow, but if it was a tip when it grows, it should become a trunk. I think that's right. If... try it. If it accidentally works, great. Oh. Oh, I put growth deer somewhere where we haven't cleaned them all. Character looks kind of shy. Maybe they are kind of shy. They don't look shy in the thumbnail, but they look shy in the game. They kind of want them to look panicked. They're like running around doing lots of things, you know? Okay, so the elbow is wrong, and the tip direction is wrong. Going up and up and up. It's fun though. I mean, we're getting there quicker than I thought we would, to be honest. So I'm okay with that. I have a sneak in. Yeah, so I think I probably with the tentacle I just need to actually change the direction of the base sprite. Because if we're turning right, then the game actually, if we're turning right and we need the block to look like this, the game actually already recognizes us as pointing to the right or 0 degrees. So at that point we need this. I'm going to just rotate it. I'm going to trial and error this because I feel like trial and erroring it is going to get me there quicker than... Even the 20 seconds it takes to build is probably shorter than the amount of time it would take me to rationalize my way through this. Especially seeing as mental rotation is one of my weakest things. So that needs to be rotated 1, 2 clockwise, and then it will be correct, maybe? That one's right. Oh, is it because I put that flip into it that is throwing that out, I think. I think I don't actually need this X scale flipping thing. Yeah, you just want to try and solve as much of it as you can before writing it. The reason for, I mean, it's the same as like sketching before you draw, before you paint or whatever, you know. You're not going to solve 100% of it in the sketching stage, but it will be a lot easier, and there'll be fewer things to solve in situ if you've solved some of it in a rough format before that. Now it's even more wrong. So there is one where it needs flipping. Maybe they just both need flipping. Maybe I've got it. I'm going to just put it to -1 on both of them. If it fixes it, it fixes it. I mean, I don't know. But if that's the case, then I'll go back into the sprite and I'll change the direction of the sprite, because if it works in both cases to have it flipped, then the sprite can just be that way round. Once these are working, then we can get some light animation in, and then we can mess around with the animation speed, which is going to feel really fun, and make them explode as well. So yeah, it does need X flipping on one case. So it was going up, and it was fine, and it turned left, and it was fine, and then it needed to turn right. So it needs flipping on the right turn, and oh, Gleb, if you say so. The thing is, there are so many things in the game that are already drawn to face upwards. I'll do it now just because you're spying on me. So that's the tip. That's the trunk. That will be facing that way. And the elbow. Okay, let's rewrite it so that it goes the right way. So that should be 0 because it's going 1 to the right. The one that's going 1 down will be 90. That one will be 180. So what I'll do is we'll get this working in a hacky way, make it all sort of feel good, and then what I probably should do is come back and write some of this as functions. So it's like there's a function called try to grow and a function called stop growing and stuff like that. But we'll do that. I'll do that offline at some point. The thing is, it's going to be the only object that has this exact behavior, so trying to make it really, really kind of well written is probably not worth the effort. Okay. So now they start facing right, which doesn't matter. I mean, they're placed in the level in a particular way, but I'll sort that out later. So they're going to grow along the floor, and then if they don't turn left, they're going to... We'll just watch it again and take field notes. Take field notes in the cyber realm about what needs to be changed. I mean, that's interesting. We've still got the elbows wrong, but when it turns left and then left, that's doing something weird there. Because they were both left turns. Right, yeah. For some reason, I thought that the X scale flipping... Yeah, so what we're going to do is do this. The benefit is if I have an extra sprite, I can have a slight animation variation on that one. So let's just solve it that way. I think that's facing 0, so it should be the left turn elbow goes that way, and the right turn elbow goes the way that it already is on there. I mean, this is the elbow is the only case where we need to do that kind of flipping. So I'll just make 2 sprites, because I can put the tentacle suckers in slightly different places anyway, so it'll give it some visual variety to have a different sprite for turning clockwise or anti-clockwise. Right, so I do like drawing more. I mean, it's the type of visual variation that will take very little effort to put into place. Okay. It's doing some good stuff. We probably want more randomness, but it's kind of mostly doing the right thing. It's just not putting the sprite on in the right angle. And why is that? What is happening? So I'm just going to go back through it in linear order and try and work out why it's not going in the right direction. So 0 is 1 to the right. So that should be going forward. $90 is 1 down. 90 is 1 left. And the default is... That should be right. $90 should be up. Was it counterclockwise? I'm so confused. Huh? Adding angles on goes counterclockwise. Huh. Okay. That's where we were going wrong. As like I had the rotation thing run the wrong way. Okay. So turn left is... So turning left should be adding the angle on here. Dang. You know what? You know, you can tell that this is a game that doesn't use any angular physics at all, because I've completely forgotten all. Where have I broken the code? Okay, that's... So I went da-da-da-da. I went, what's happened here? Something strange has happened to that one. That one makes sense, but that should basically go to an elbow if it's stuck in the ground like that rather than becoming a tip. So that was like, I'm growing out this way. I turn into ground, I can't move anymore. So that should be like almost like a pipe. So they shouldn't turn into a tip if they can't move. I don't really want to get too into building like a bespoke debug thing for this one feature that's not going to be reused anywhere. That's the problem for me. Wondering if there was a way I could... There's Vaughn! Hello, Vaughn! I know which Vaughn it is by your year of birth, and by the fact that there aren't many Vaughns. It's lovely to see you. How are you enjoying short hair? Okay, so we don't want it to turn into a tip if it can't grow. So if it can't grow, it will just sort of like look like it's grown into the next thing. I think that's right. I know another thing we can do to make this. We have a randomized starting room, so what I'll do is I'll just temporarily disable that randomization, and then we'll just test them in one space dock room, and then this is the lengths I will go to avoid building a debug tool for something that we're going to hopefully be able to just forget after today. And focus on making it make squishy noises. Here we go. Put one there, put one up here. Tentacles everywhere, lovely tentacles growing in space. Blow them up. Okay, so then if I find where in the code the space dock, and I for those who are giggling every time I say space dock, I am very aware of what that term means, and maybe I called it that on purpose. Yeah, growing vines would be a good... We do have a very basic climbing mechanic, and having vines that grow would be a good interaction with that. Like, item that you throw that turns into vines that grow around, and now you can climb around. I don't know. But can you eat it? That one's turned there. This is a one turn out, I think. So the turning left sprite, I need to draw on my little scrapbook thing. The sprite for turning left is currently needs to be rotated. That needs to be rotated counterclockwise once. And then the sprite for turning right also needs to be rotated counterclockwise once. Assuming that they are doing the right thing. Yeah, they are actually switching between the two sprites because one's got that outline and one hasn't. So, okay, getting there. Okay. The right turn is right. The left turn is not. The left turn needs to be rotated 180 degrees. We're getting there. Getting there slowly, but we're getting there. What I want is to make the sort of squishy, wiggly animation and then set the speed of that animation based on the state of the thing. So if it hasn't grown yet, it's kind of wiggling. I don't know. I want to... I think there's quite a lot of little levers we can apply to the animation to make it interesting. And then it needs to make a little squish each time it moves. There we go. Look, okay. We're getting the... It's doing its corners properly now. We've got its elbows. We need to make it a bit more random because it is... Like, it loves building straight lines. So what we're going to do to make this quicker to test as well, let's set the basic growth speed. What's it called? So it will grow after 5 frames. And then we'll go and look here. So the... Let's make it a 50% chance to turn even when it doesn't need to. Yep, that's what programmer art is for. Make sure it's functional first. I see there's like different layers of programmer art as well. Like when I started this project, the reason why Lem is that turquoise color was just to make sure that you'd always be able to see them. And I was just like, I'll make the character a specific color that is very bright. And yeah, oh yeah. Make the character a very bright color and then design the game so that nothing else is that color. So if I build over that, is it going to get destroyed now? It doesn't. Deal with that later though. And also it's not going to respond to bada booms either. Although, oh yeah, it does get bomb destroyed. So ooh. One of the tentacle pieces was still looking for a new place to go after it couldn't, I guess. So I think the way to stop that is just to, once it gets stuck, we set has grown, even though it hasn't really grown. It's tried to grow. So just having a look at this object room bounds is the like backdrop square for measuring a room that goes down and deletes the stuff that's already in the room. So if we want something to be destroyed when we create a new room, then this is where that happens, I think. That's weird because the tentacle is childed to solid block parent, so the tentacle should get destroyed like any other block when you build a room over it. But I'll work out what's going on there later on. Moment just focusing on the stuff that matters for that description that I wrote at the beginning when we had that little bit of pseudocode at the beginning to work out how this is supposed to work. Yeah, maybe. So maybe we do... Maybe we can... I think we can use the growth charges in a bunch of different ways, actually. I don't know. Let's try that. I'm going to make them respond to being exploded next, so that we can have them actually spawn their... spawn their ingredients, and then we'll work on what they look like. Beautiful. This one. These ones look a little bit sorry. What I don't understand is why the base one is turning into something else. That seems strange. Oh, I know what it is. The first one in the chain needs to be prevented from turning, I think. Or to not have the randomized turning. So the first one in the chain can turn in a randomized way if it's blocked. But if it's not blocked, it shouldn't try and turn. And maybe actually we could use the number of spawn charges to determine how much it turns, so that when it's starting it grows outwards more and then it wiggles more later on. But what I'll do to start off with is just I think we'll make it is origin and it's set to true, but when a new one is made And then we'll use that to determine if it's the first block in the chain. So when it is stuck, it does all the stuff it normally does, and then it only does the turn left or right randomly if it's false. Because what's happening is they're randomizing from the first block, and we don't really want that. We could even, so if we did growth charges here, random minus random roll up to growth charges. So if it's a higher number of growth charges, it's got a wider range, and we'll say that like less than 4 or something. I'm not entirely sure what behavior I'm trying to get here, but I think if we can create some kind of curve where it changes direction more when it's longer or shorter, then it's going to feel more characterful and more like an organic thing. So the direction of the first block should basically be however we put it. So I kind of hear what you're saying, Fatus in the chat, but the first block of this that is placed, whether it's placed manually by me in the level editor or the or something happens in the game, should be, you know, something we have control over. So that's kind of a thing that I'm working around at the moment. I don't think we should be randomizing the direction of the first block whatsoever. So what I need to do is just to get it to sort of behave itself, and so that looks like it's facing in the right direction. So that's rotated to face 90, so it's facing upwards. And then occasionally we're going to have one facing a different way. So I'll put this here and put that at 180, right? So if these don't start growing from the direction we've set them, then we've got a problem because it's randomizing the direction or turning when it shouldn't do. Put one here that's upside down and going out of the ground, 270. Right, they should all grow out from their start position, and they shouldn't turn before they've grown a couple of blocks. Because the only conditions these are going to be made under is I put them in a room manually, or we have some sort of creature that spawns with them, and then they have like one going in each direction or something like that. So it just shouldn't be doing anything to turn the block around when it first starts. I think maybe what's happening actually is that the solid has a randomization thing that just happens by default. Yeah, because look, these are flipping here as well, and that shouldn't happen. That one's turned. They've all turned. Some of them haven't. But the ones... It looks like this one has turned right once. This one has turned right once. This one has turned right once. They've all done stuff that they're not supposed to do. And I wonder if that's in the parent block or something. Just going to close a bunch of these because workspace is getting messy. So 0 is heading right, 90 is heading up, 180 is going back, this one is going that way, turn left, yep. I'm just going to check that the solid block parent isn't rotating randomly. No, I think it's just inheritance. I think the issue is inheritance. I think the parent block automatically rotates itself because in nearly every other use case of blocks, I want them to randomly rotate their sprite. Because directionality in this game usually doesn't matter. And even in other cases when I've had to do something like this, it's like the spreading of gas and everything, and there's no like continuity between the pieces. Yep, they're going out from the right direction now because they were... Oh, that's cool. We've got a little platform growing out. So what could be really cool, if you imagine in the fungal rooms, right, you've got like a block that's like a big kind of pustule thing, and then when you whack it, the tentacle gets growth charges and like flies out from it. That could be quite cool. So you can like deliberately like come up behind it and whack it out the other side and it will grow out. Rather than it just being like a random thing. These are looping back into themselves, which might not actually look that bad. So let's... Right, I'm going to put the... Yeah, I'm going to put the... let's put the collision on them, because they don't actually have proper collision. So, manual, just the whole thing. Want it to behave like a block, even if it doesn't look exactly like a block. So, collision box over the whole thing. We don't want any leeway. Big tree room. We do have a... Ooh. That's a good shout, actually. I mean, there is a big tree, but it just isn't anything to do with this yet. But, yeah. Okay, so... Let me go and get the tentacle meat sprite. Start getting ready to draw that. I'm not going to do it fully just yet. I just want to transfer the colors. So we've got them, and then make sure these roughly look like the right shape, and then we're going to test blowing some up. So what I want to do now is when these are destroyed, we're going to create tentacle meat. But we're going to try and count how many tentacle meats already exist and make sure we don't make too many at once. Raw tentacle. Okay, so we're going to do var meat chance equals 0. Meat amount equals choose 1 1 1 1 2 3. Okay. If there's more tentacle meats that are already in the level or on the screen, then it's going to drastically reduce the amount that the exploding block can make. And then we're going to do... Okay, so the chance is 100%, but I want to keep that there just in case we need it later on. It sets an amount. If there aren't too many of these already, the amount is always at least 1. If there are lots of these already, then it has a bigger chance for it to be nothing. This is why I don't want to have like a master drop table of objects and stuff for like economy balancing, because this is such a specific instance where the only way you can get this thing is by blowing stuff up with a bomb. And it's like, well, that means that we're always going to be blowing up like 4 or 5 pieces of tentacle at once. And that means we need to like limit the amount of things that this drops for a bunch of different reasons. One will just be kind of economical. Where's my explode function? Oh yeah, I don't have to do anything special to blow them up. They already do blow up from the... they already get blown up by the bombs, which is good. And then I just need to look at how debris work, because they're like a pseudo particle thing that I do. Look at what the fungal blocks do for that. So I use the particle system, but then I also have these objects called debris that are like mini little... they're like mini little collision objects that it can only spawn a few of, but they just look a bit more interesting because they bounce off walls and stuff in a way that the normal particles don't do. Just give it the fungus debris for now. Yeah, like a room that is like purple blocks around the outside, so you're going inside the octopus and then the things grow out from the outside of the room. That could be quite cool. I'm going to do a pass of going back through the levels and putting in loads that have like one very specific cooking machine in or a strange source of ingredients or whatever. Haven't done that in a while, basically since we sort of really worked out what the game was going to be. Okay, cool. They have done their thing and grown. They're still a little bit straight. I will tweak that in a minute. Let's find a bomb. Blow them up. Object bomb. Boom, ba boom. Drop that bomb. Pick it up. Light it on the campfire. Throw it at a tentacle. Mmm, delicious. Hello. You want sushi? What else does sushi include? Oh, it's tentacles and a leaf. So we've actually got the ingredients for sushi here. Let's see if we can do it. That will be the first tentacle-based dish that we've created since it's been implemented. Okay, so torch. Oh, I'll have to go over here. Right, that's lit. Get the tentacle. People complain about backtracking in Metroidvanias, but we've made it as actual necessary thing that you do in small amounts like this. Okay, so the great thing here is the spinach ingredient is also a Zelda lifty leaf thing. We got our sushi. Yes, we made sushi in a cauldron. It's a magic cauldron. That's how cooking works. Yep. 400 coins. Right? So you can see why it's like a late game thing. That's crazy amounts of money. But you wouldn't normally start off in a room with loads of them like that. So you think of the way that the game would usually work. That room that has the tentacles in. Well, first of all, it's going to be a pain in your backside because the tentacles stop you doing other stuff. But you know, you're going to have to like deliberately spawn a room that you know has that green leaf in as well. You know, combine them both in the correct cooking thing, which might not all be cauldrons. I might have some different cooking stations for doing different things. I haven't really got my head around that yet. Don't know if Gleb's watching right at this moment, but I've added a little bit of feedback that shows you what's currently in the cauldron. Puts like a mini version of the sprite above it to show you what's in there. Might have it in some smoke or something, like a little thought bubble. I think the ravioli is tentacle and cheese. I can't remember. Let's go object cheese. I don't have. Oh, there we have it. Cheese. Yeah, delicious. Tentacle ravioli. One giant ravioli. I mean, if you go somewhere in like a really fancy Mediterranean restaurant, they do these ravioli that are like massive. They're like big pierogi or like a, you know, pasta thing. I don't know why occasionally the room spawning is doing this and like cutting a hole through the level. Occasionally the doors just go, I'm going to make a big pit here. And it's kind of funny to play around, but I need to work out why it's happening. And I haven't, I just keep kind of seeing it and being like, oh, I don't know what that is, and I'll sort it out later. So what I do now is just play around with them a little bit and make sure that they behave the way that they're supposed to, and then just get straight into making like the MVP version of the art for them. And that's how I tend to work on content for this, really. So yeah, we've got a... Yeah, the tentacle should get blown up when you put another bit of map over it, because that's just generally how the game works. I don't want an exception for these. What I might do, though, is make that tip so you can always walk through it. Just... rather than having, like, a weird block that has a sort of pseudo-collision or whatever, make it so that this one just doesn't have one. We'll do that, I guess. So you can always kind of walk through or over that. Yeah, I don't know why... our room bounds are not deleting them when they go on them. There could be a very cheeky way to get the ingredients, but I mean, that's part of the skill of the game that you do learn as you go on. Let's just put a... Yeah, I do need to sort the blocks. I know! Let's give its own thing here. So if the other thing hasn't just been made... Okay, I'm not going to test if that works yet. I'm going to start working on the art first and then test it in one go. So we'll go back to our sprites. And I guess what I want to do is use this dark red as our outline, because what we want to make sure is that that joins up at the edges regardless of what piece we're looking at and what animation frame it's on. So these want to kind of join up. And the elbow doesn't want to have too much of a elbow down here. So we'll make like a thick outline that's like 3 pixels to start off with. That's the... turning the other way. And we'll copy that across because otherwise I won't get it the same. So elbow left, same thing, but rotated. Okay, the tip. And then this needs to run left to right. And what I'll do is I'll do a sort of partial animation of these before I do any detail. So we want to see if the animation works first. Okay, so the trunk. Do one coming from each direction because I don't want it to look like it's kind of flowing in a particular direction. I just want it to look like it's sort of generally wiggling around and feeling the space around it. So that's pretty good. And some of them are going to be like the other way around from each other because of the way the rotation works. So there'll be a little bit of variation there. And then the wiggly tip. You've just joined us. You're just in time for the wiggly tip. And this effect probably won't work on this one because we want it to look a little bit more like it's sort of like thrashing around and looking in different directions. So this effect probably won't work in that section. It might only work in the in the more static sections of the bit that's already grown, but it's fine. Maybe I'll limit these to 4 frames so I don't get too carried away. I think the sort of speed of the animation is probably the thing that's going to give this life rather than how detailed the animation is, because we're going to play around with the speed based on other stuff. I can't remember how image speed works for animation actually. Okay, so the speed value here is a multiplier. Okay. So when we create a new piece and our thing grows, we'll do image speed equals . They look alive. That's pretty cool. I mean, I'm not also haven't factored in them growing at different speeds yet either. Okay. Let's have them make sure that they slightly randomize their what's it called? Speed each time as well. So okay, we're gonna go with perceived realism first, and make it so that the further away the piece is from the base of the tentacle, the longer it takes to grow. So we'll do something like that. Equals. Yeah, the tip really needs to sort of thrash around a bit, doesn't it? It needs to be sort of almost separate. It's a bigger number. Okay. So the tip should be going... Let me just turn that off for a minute. Maybe this one is going to be worth having more frames for. So what we want to do with this one, I think, is something like, because it needs to be almost like a whip. I'll put the, so there's the actual middle bit, and then it's going to kind of go over to one side and curl round, and then we want to do that in reverse, back to the middle, and then we want to do that whole thing but flipped. Sort of sine waving like that, so it's like waving side to side. That kind of thing, loosely. Loosely, that kind of thing. We're probably going to get some zany speeds now, because I don't really understand the animation speeds. I haven't done anything with them in a while, so it's going to be very based on feel. It's slowing down as they get longer. That's kind of cool. It sort of comes to a rest. Might be a cool way to make them shudder or something as well, but I'm not sure. The last block should always be a tip unless it looks like it's growing into something. I think that's the thing. We're going to end up with some weird edge cases, like when you blow up something near to it, but... yeah. Yeah, it's like it's growing across and like going into the wall or something. I want to do like a split second where they sort of get their sprites programmatically shaked around just as they're about to grow. That might work. I don't know. I'll try it. Just want them to look a little, as they're growing, to sort of shake a little bit. Will make them look a little bit more alive. Don't know what happened there. Yeah, it's not showing the tips for some reason. That's fine. I'll work out what's going on there. I think there's just another else here that is... It did a little one there, but it was only when it was getting stuck against the wall. I'll come back to that in a second. Let's look at this turning part of the... Or you can use single equals as comparators in GML. I forget sometimes because it doesn't break if you don't do it right. It's very sort of regular growth at the moment, and that's because it's sort of determined by... There's a fun little weird flicker going on as it... with that, because of that modulo I put in place. There's absolutely not an optimal order of topics which clicks together in a puzzle, no. Most of the time, when you have a question that is like, what should I do, right? The operative thing in that is the noun I, right? I don't know who you are. I can talk to a friend that I know, and I can judge their situation based on my knowledge, and I can go, based on what I know about games and making them, or the games industry, and you, I can give you advice because you're asking me what you should do, and you are part of that question. There isn't a general answer to the question of how should someone, whoever they are, do this thing, because you are presumably an adult, or at least, you know, if you're on here, probably, you know, a teenager at least. You have a lot of experience behind you, and that means that what it's best for you to start at is going to be determined by your path so far. When you do teacher training for like adults, like if you teach in a college or something, there's a separate school of teaching called andragogy, which is like teaching to adults. And the main difference between learning to teach adults and learning to teach children is you need to teach the group of people based on who they are and what they already know. So if you're asking, generally speaking, is there a sort of best practice, I am telling you, as someone whose PhD is primarily in educational sociology and educational psychology. Those were like the main topics that I did my PhD in. I'm telling you that there is not a best practice in what you should learn or how you should learn it. You need to be reflective about who you are, what you're already good at, what you find interesting, and then you need to try things and then base your next moves on that. I've had periods where the only making of games I did was board games and non-digital games with no programming in. I've had periods where I spent a lot of time making games in things like RPG Maker and stuff like that, the kind of question that you're asking of like, what should I do? Hey, person that doesn't know me, what should I do? Is kind of usually indicative of someone being worried that they're going to waste time by, you know, learning the wrong thing or whatever. And
I had a conversation.
Interestingly, if you meet someone who has learnt a bunch of different things and like some of it's music and some of it's sport and all of they won't ask questions like that because they understand that everything you learn ends up being useful in some other situation later on. There's not some sort of like hack to learn things in the most efficient way. You do just have to start. You are going to waste time going down rabbit holes and stuff like that. That's just the nature of it. You know, when I ran a course in a college, in a university, we had to basically create a bunch of different modules that started people off in different places because you don't know what's going to work for different people and you can't create a one-size-fits-all thing. So you have to create several things knowing that people are going to bounce off of one type of thing and do better with another type of thing. That's just the nature of learning, and it gets even more like that the older people are, because if you're teaching 6-year-olds, the influence of their previous 6 years of life, yeah, I know you're not listening to me though, are you? Because you said I didn't say what should I do. I said if you're giving advice to a general beginner. I'm saying there is no advice for a general beginner, right? You have X amount of years of life experience behind you, and that means that the best place for you to start is going to be specific to you, right? What I'm trying to say is, if your question was, what should I do? I would need to know who you were. I don't know who you are, so I can't give advice to a general beginner, right? There is a video on my channel that is called something like, here's why you can't learn coding. And that's like a very, very general introduction to the sorts of things that stop people from starting to learn game dev. You can go and watch that. But most of that comes down to this thing of like people just not starting and not experimenting and not reading the manual, which is what most people... A lot of the time when people struggle to get started on game dev, it's because they have some like literacy problem, or they don't have one of the foundational skills that would allow them to like learn how to do the stuff in the first place. And again, don't know you, can't answer that question. I would watch the video that I'm posting in the chat. That's a Hank Green video that someone posted in our Discord the other day about how you may as well just do stuff and learn stuff, because nothing that you learn is going to be nothing that you learn will be wasted. It will all sort of show up again later on in your life. But yeah, this is really not a place for folks that are thinking about starting to make games. I mean, you totally can be that, and that's fine. But I spent a lot of time teaching people that had never done anything before, and I don't want to do that with this bit of my life. How would you learn design? I mean, don't look at the shallow YouTube content. Look at the GDC talks. You know, look at the GDC talks. I mean, part of that is just accepting that learning those things to a deeper level is engaging with that stuff that maybe seems a bit more boring because it's presented in a professional fashion rather than an entertaining fashion. Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to spend years making games that fail, you still have to start at some point. The first projects you do are always going to suck. All you can do is speed up that process by getting on with it. No one ever makes anything of value to anyone else in their first 2 or 3 years of working in a medium. It doesn't matter if it's games or like, you know, cooking things or writing music. Your learning projects are learning projects. It's very, very rare that those will be something that is of value to anyone else. So you need to just get starting to learn for the sake of learning and not worry about whether what you make is any good. Okay. The tentacles are working. They're growing in a very regular way. So what we want to do is... Let's try something else. I mean, it's one thing to say that you understand someone's point, but you're asking, like, you're asking as if you haven't started, which to me suggests that you don't understand the point. Because if you wanted to do something, you start doing it, unless you don't have a computer, right? I understand that. If there's some, like, socio-economic reason why you can't start, then... Yeah, I don't deliberately use it as a comparator. It's just a bad old habit I have because I only learnt not to about 6 to 9 months ago. What have I just broken? Got a wrong bracket there. Oh, I've got this shrunk so big that it's so small that I can't be. What am I doing? Wrong number of oh, it's because I'm doing iRandom instead of range, that's why. Yeah, I would say the two main things that hold people back from starting to make games, right? Maybe this is probably more helpful than anything else I could say on the matter. If you're thinking about making games and you're not doing it already, then you need to think about why that is, right? Why is it that you want to do this thing and you haven't started doing it yet? And there are two main reasons for that. One is attitudinal. Right, you have this attitude that there's no point in starting doing this thing because of you're scared of risk and your time might be wasted and all of this stuff. It's attitudinal. And that you could kind of boil that down to ideas like courage and cowardice. Like, are you brave enough to just do something that you know is a bit weird, that you might not succeed at, and might not ever like make you any money and stuff like that? So that's the first big barrier that a lot of people have that makes them just sit around thinking about getting into game development and not doing it, right? The other type of barrier is more to do with, like, this is more for people that have started and tried and not been able to get anywhere. And that is that there is probably some other foundational skill underneath learning something that they haven't gotten yet. And that could be literacy. Right, so people tell you to go and read the manual and work things out for yourself and you can't understand the manual. That's a literacy problem. It could be logic. It could be that the actual doing programming, even just like script-free programming in Game Maker or in like a RPG Maker or Scratch or something. If you don't understand logic, you're going to struggle with that kind of stuff. So you have to practice it at a very basic level before you move up. So if that's you, go and download Scratch, download the like kids program. That's how I got back into games programming in my early 20s. I was working in the school. We had to teach Scratch. I messed around with Scratch. I was like, hey, I can make a little game. That's fun. But often, like literacy or foundational logic skills, if people don't have that, they're always going to struggle with the next stage of like actually opening a game engine and learning how to write in code. The other one that fits into that category of like foundational skills you need is just being able to pay attention for long periods of time and do something that is difficult. And a lot of people don't have that skill, right? If all of your leisure time is taken up by doing passive things like doom scrolling and watching movies and all of that kind of stuff, where you're not actually doing something difficult, right? If you don't come from a background of practice, and that doesn't have to be technical, doesn't even have to be visual arts or anything related to games. I always used to find that students that came from a background of practicing a sport or practicing a musical instrument, they understood how to practice, and they understood that you're going to feel bad about the level of quality of this thing that you do, and in order to stop feeling that way, you need to keep doing it until you get better, and then you'll feel proud of yourself, and you'll have this like back and forth between practicing, feeling like you suck, practicing and feeling like you suck. So people that know how to practice a skill generally don't struggle with starting game dev, even if they don't have a background in technical things, because they've been through that practice before, and all they need to do is like look back on previous things they've learned and go, oh yeah, when I started playing the drums or the saxophone, I didn't know what I was doing for a very long period of time, and then it clicked, and now I just need to apply that same discipline to this other thing. So if you're in that situation where you're sitting there thinking, how do I get started? What's your advice for getting started? You will probably have a problem in one of those areas of either a foundational skill that you don't have, which could just be being able to pay attention and like do something difficult for a long period of time, even if it hurts your brain. And the other set of things is more attitudinal of like, and you'll see loads of this around YouTube because so many channels are geared around money making and stuff. Just this idea that there's no point in doing it if it's not going to like make you a living someday, which it's understandable to a certain degree, but at the same time, people don't get good at stuff when they go into it expecting to make money in their first year. People get good at stuff because when they do it because they find it interesting. Okay, that's way too slow now. How does our seconds macro work? Yeah, no, failing is part of success. So you just said there's no reason that you must fail. It's just that failing is easier than success. So asking people who have been successful, you will fail. That's the whole point. It's like saying that you want to become a professional skateboarder and never fall off the skateboard while you're learning. I mean, you've come into a space with a bunch of people that are very, very kind of like proficient and knowledgeable about the thing that you're asking about. Everyone's given you an answer, and you're arguing with every answer that you're getting. So you've got an opportunity here to sort of soak up the perspective and the information you've been given. But if the next response I get back from you is going to be you arguing with me or someone else in the chat, then I'm going to block you, because you're sort of acting in a way at the moment that is very sort of not receptive to the time that people are giving you. I don't understand how that seconds macro works. maybe the time between the blocks growing does just need to be random, but I wanted to do something fancy and tie it onto the growth charges so that it would have some sort of irregular pattern to it. Okay, I like the little shake they do. The tip needs to be more animated. So... maybe we can do something like... image speed equals 10 divided by 3 seconds. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Okay, you're just arguing now. You're just arguing for the sake of arguing. People have given you people have told you what you need to do. And you're arguing with like people's very hard-earned experience because what you want is to be told that there's a way of doing it without ever experiencing failure, and that's not true, right? And that's just a general thing about life. That's not specific to games. So time out. Irritating, deeply irritating person you are. Okay. That's what this platform does to people. You sit around watching videos that are all about how much money people made and oh, my game failed and stuff. And people don't want to pass through the hobbyist stage to get to the professional stage, and it's that kind of attitude. Okay. Yeah. I think the thing that was bothering me really is like that's the kind of conversation where you can tell the person isn't listening and doesn't respect anyone's responses, and they want a specific answer. And that's like a waste of all of our time. Because we're putting effort into trying to explain away the kind of misconception that someone has, and they're so attached to that misconception that they're gonna just like they're just going to kind of keep arguing with it rather than actually listening to what's been said, which is, I believe, what the phrase "don't put your pearls before swine" is about. You know, don't waste time trying to get people to value things that they can't appreciate the value of. Yeah, he was just being annoying and rude at that stage. I mean, not obviously rude, but like gesturally rude, you know? Like, I don't think people necessarily recognize that asking people for advice and then arguing with the advice you get is like quite a, you know, rude way to respond to someone putting the effort in to help you and respond to your queries. I keep having to go to the top and bottom of this code now. What? Yeah, lots of people want there to be a secret code. It's a very sort of immature attitude to things. It's drug dealer mentality. Okay, there's some fun stuff happening there. They're not growing fast enough, but the end is at least wiggling around at a better speed. If you don't understand how asking someone for advice and then arguing with everything they say back to you is rude, then that's right. Off you go. Off you fuck permanently. Both accounts. Where's the other one? Interrupting work. I'm doing some work. You're interrupting me to ask questions which I gave you a very long answer to. And then you're arguing with me about the answer. And you're arguing with other people in the chat about their answers. There are plenty of channels you can go to that are more in line with how you want to think about this stuff. This is a craft-based channel where we care about doing the work and trying to make good stuff. You are not going to get hacks and shortcuts here. They love to say they're disappointed or that I look bad or whatever when I respond to these people. It's wild. So a lot of, I think all of the kind of like and subscribe culture has made people really overvalue how much like one person's viewership is worth to a content creator or something. I mean, I am boiling hot as well, which doesn't help. Okay. Let's try that. That's gonna break if it's 0, I think, but I don't know. Yeah, it would be cool to have a wave. I think you'd have to like record the order that they're built in or something. might do it. Something like that. Let's try that. Sorry to keep running it and testing and running and testing, but with this kind of thing that's very field-based, it's really the only way to do it. I mean, I could put a config in and mess around with that while the game is running, but that wouldn't let me change the whole formula. I think there's something there. Maybe occasionally it just needs to like get a boost in the charges. See you later, Paul. Have a good one. Yeah, we've shifted to Gourmet to just narrow down the set of things you're doing in the game and make them more obvious, really. There was kind of a narrative element before that was very dark and bleak and didn't really fit with the sort of score chasing type thing that the game was becoming, so it's been very non-linear sort of working out what this game is, but I think when you're doing something a little bit strange and experimental, you have to be willing to like pivot the theme to the gameplay when the gameplay seems to be pushing in a particular direction. These are tentacles. They don't do much yet, but they are a totally new thing. Mostly they're there to block your way, but you can also blow them up and then cook them, which is what this game is all about. So there we go. I've got one now. Yeah, they just have the arrows on because that was part of us trying to work out how to rotate them. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm going to spend some time on the pixel art now because I need to. I feel like all of this stuff I could just be tinkering with this forever. Maybe. Maybe something weird like that. I'll see what that does next time. I'm going to leave it for now. Do some noodling on the pixel art. So what I want to do is get the lightest magenta, as you said, and I'm going to draw while the animation is running like I did earlier. because this is going to help it to feel like it's alive. And I'll go through all of them and do the same color at once. Huh, I can't copy the color across from one sprite to another. That's really annoying. So what I would have to do actually is work out a proper little mini palette that we're going to use from here. So all of them, I need to copy across the whole thing as a little color palette that we can use on all of them. So this one will have bam. I don't care about getting every single color right because we're not being very strict about color palettes in this, like limiting the color palette. What I will do, yeah, those colors are basically identical. Just making myself a swatch, which is like a little block of colors you can use like a paint palette, because otherwise I can't like copy and paste the colors from one of these sprites to the next, and I need them to have the same stuff so they look continuous, they go together. So now I've got that, I will copy that across and put it on all of them on the top layer. Someone's asking about the game dev spiral. Yeah, I mean, the spiral metaphor is not really how most people would make a game in a professional environment, because you sort of all have your own jobs and everything. And the reason why I sort of was thinking about that was that I think if you're trying to do most of your game on your own, you are going to constantly be practicing new skills. And if you never push the game forward in the area that you're weak at, you know, like you're a programmer and you don't feel strong at art, or you're an artist and you don't feel strong at programming, and you never push that area of the game, it's always going to be like super weak in this one area that you can't do. So just fill these in manually. Little bit more of a sort of slightly daintier end to it, I guess. And then when we make the green suckers, I will make a stamp of those and go through each of them, and but the just general shape of it I want to do by hand so that it feels organic. Sorry, I misread that question. I was trying to do too many things at once. Yeah, when you're analyzing games, I think it just comes down to, I mean, if you talk to people about the games you play and you sort of discuss how they work and what you like about them and what you don't like about them, that can be, you know, that's a good start. And the other thing is just when you play games that you like, when you play the games that you just generally like, be honest with yourself about what you like about them, because I think there's like a tendency to have kind of guilty pleasures, you know. So we'll say, oh, I really like this type of game, that's the type of game I want to make, and you don't realize the part of it that you like is actually this like strange little attention to detail thing that everyone is too embarrassed to say that they like. Okay, so that's just with them block colored. If I go through and turn off these, turn off those swatches. So we've just got the block colored sprites, little set of sprites. Need to make sure we don't have any gaps, because I'm going to start going over this in a transparent shading kind of thing in a minute. So all that matters at the moment is that we've got a unbroken shape. In terms of what these are in the game engine, they're still just blocks, you know. Apart from the tip, which doesn't have any collision and you can sort of pass through, which will stop them being like very strong blockers in some situations. I might change that later on, we'll see. Another benefit of trying to make sure you're making games that you personally like and care about is I don't mind playtesting my own game. And when I've had a week off or I haven't worked on it for a little while, I come back and I just sit down and play it for ages. And I might set myself some goals like, oh, try and get, you know, 1,000 of this, or try and only do vegetarian dishes or whatever. A really good way of working out stuff that is maybe downstream of where you are currently in your game. Like if you're working on a prototype and you're not really at a stage yet where your game has loads of goals or upgrades, one of the things you can do is just sit there and deliberately role play it as a player that wants to do a particular type of thing. I used to do this a lot when I was working on board games, because if you're making a board game, you're making a game for like 2 to 4, 5, 6 people. And if you want to playtest it yourself, you have to like pretend to be all of these different people. So what I would do is I would write cards and I would put them down at each color player, and I'll go like, this player only cares about making more money. This player cares about doing things which block or irritate this other player. This player mainly cares about this thing. And then as I cycle through the players and like playtest my own game, I would have this like caricatured, you know, I sit down to play as that player for that turn, and I've got this kind of caricatured motivation of that player. And I'm like, okay, what's the move I can do that lets me fulfill that thing? Or this player wants to make money. This player wants to be irritating to this other player. This player wants to gain the most spells or whatever it is. And you can do the same thing with video games of like, okay, I might not have a thing in the game that gives me a score for collecting purple triangles or whatever it is. But what I can do is sit there and just pretend to be a player that really wants to collect purple triangles and see how that affects my experience. And then from that I can work out whether making collect purple triangles into a goal is an interesting thing to do. They're looking pretty gross. I mean, they're more pink than purple, but the shading is going to make them purple. What have I done to break the growth? Ah, okay, I see. This is very janky, but I just wanted to get it to feel right. Thanks, Skirk. Yeah, I had someone recently say, "Oh, well, I stopped watching your channel because your game looked bad, and I felt like you didn't follow the advice that you give other people." And then I checked, and they hadn't seen the game for 6 months, and I was like, "What do you think iteration looks like?" You know, there's lots of things on the screen right now that I don't like, and I'm going to do again. I'm going to draw that ship again, probably entirely from scratch. I'm going to draw that cauldron again. I'm going to draw that barrel again. I'm going to draw that mimic again. But yeah, someone looked at the game. They didn't like it in its current state, and they thought that everything that they could see on the screen was like exactly how I wanted it, and that was an indicator of like what my quality control was like, rather than like, no, I'm making the whole game, and that means that I need to iterate over all of these different parts. So I'm glad that people can see an improvement, because you know, I make stuff, I make it as well as I can at that moment with the time, and then I come back to it, and you know, it's weird that people expect it to just look amazing the first time you do something, especially when you're not an artist. I like the design of the ship. I just don't necessarily like how it's rendered. I don't like those really thick black outlines. But I like the design of it, and that it looks a bit like a kitchen implement and a bit like a chicken or something. But yeah, I think I would probably detail it differently. Yeah, I don't know where in that they got the idea that I was like a hypocrite, or I did things that I'm only ever really sort of harsh on people or their games when I feel like they're not kind of respecting people's time or intelligence, you know? And that is nearly always when I feel like someone is pushing to sell something on Steam when it's not at that stage yet, you know? So I don't know where they got that from. I think sometimes people just have a perception of you based on other stuff that isn't anything to do with you. You know, like people come to me with expectation that what I do and my motivations and stuff are exactly the same as everyone else who's in the same sort of media niche as me. And then they sort of just act like I'm doing or promising things that other people do or promise, because they're like, well, you're a game dev YouTuber and you're all basically the same type of thing, so, you know. Okay, we'll do one thin thing with that and then one thicker thing like that. And try and keep, I know pillow shading is bad, but we're going to try and keep the highlight in the middle, because otherwise it just won't work with what we're doing. Okay, so that one now. The problem is, again, I'm not going to get the colors exactly right, because it's not letting me copy the level of, what's it called, the opacity level over from one to the other. So what I'm gonna have to do is get a little bit of texture right on one of these and then copy it across to the others. Yeah, I don't know if it hurts people who are in it for the money. I think they just can't get their head around it, and they think you must be, like, lying. There's so many people that have gotten into game dev and just don't seem to be enjoying it for its own sake. It's always the same sort of people. They're quite cynical about like everything in life. So they think that everyone else must be the same as them. It's the same with politics. Like when people sort of accuse people of what's the term? Term that really annoys me. Virtue signaling. It's nearly always people that don't actually have any values, so they can't understand how someone else could have like authentically strong feelings and values about something because they don't have it themselves. And I feel like the rift between the overly business focused side of game dev content creation and the side that is much more aligned with like, hey, we love indie games, let's maybe make one, which I would put myself on. I would put basically nearly all of the female content creators that I know and watch in our space are on that side. Much more community focused. Much more focused on, hey, let's talk about this indie game that we've all played and work out how it works. Okay, now we take that strip there and use that to determine the colors of the other pieces. That's got a good squishy vibe to it, and all I did was sort of copy paste it and then scribble over some bits. That's a good start. Okay, let's do some more. Bit more shading with the dark purple. I work on the iPad for certain types of things. So the bigger illustrations are done on the iPad, and sometimes I've worked out this workflow where I draw a pixel art thing and then I need a bigger version of it, so I'll print it out and draw over it. But yeah, most of the in-game elements I draw directly in the Game Maker thing. People hate this pixel editor. I love it. I'm very used to it. I have a pixel editor on the iPad called Resprite, which I quite like. It's like a sprite, but it's got a load of little built-in textures that I find quite helpful as someone that doesn't know how to do those things. But yeah, this for example is Procreate, which is a iPad like painting app more than anything. So none of this is taken from pixel art in the game. This is all done from scratch. And then I use Canva here to do various things. Like the actual face here is canva elements that I can move around separately. So I've actually got this set up so that the face is in a slightly different position on each of the Steam things and like pointing in a different direction and stuff. So they look a little bit different from each other because I thought that would be fun. Try and make this little elbow bit in the turns quite dark. And then what I'm going to do is, because this elbow is quite time consuming to draw and I have to do the other one, I'm going to copy this one and rotate it and then just make each one a little bit different from the other afterwards. So the elbow left should have the actual elbow in the top right corner. So if I copy these frames into here, and then they need to be rotated. Always the wrong way. There we go. Let's just see how that looks before I do the tip. I want to get the texture roughly right, and then I'll make the little suckers as a stamp, and I can like draw those stamps on and like move them around a little bit each frame and get the breathing. So obviously the end is a bit wrong. So the problem now is that you can see the sides of it don't really match up properly. But I think I can do something about that. Although maybe it's okay. Maybe it just sort of fits the style of the game. But I think if I just make sure that these edges have a consistent thing that happens every frame, that's going to solve that. I don't know. So what I would have to do is like take this middle set of sprites and go da 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 da. This is like a what do you call it? It's just a general problem you have with trying to repeat textures, but in animation, which makes it harder. What's the next? And I don't know if there's a keyboard shortcut for me to jump between those things more easily. Okay, we're going to just go on all of these, make sure it's got that to line up. It's going to wiggle around a little bit left to right, but if I can just get that joined so it's consistent, then it's probably not going to matter too much which frame of animation we're on or which part is linking to which part. This is just one of those problems that you don't realize until it's there, and then you got to just deal with it. It's almost like a microcosm of the conversation we had about failure earlier, about how you've got to just do stuff and you will fall off the skateboard, and the learning is not about trying to learn how to never fall off the skateboard. The learning is about learning to not be too bothered when you fall off the skateboard. It looks like someone's been data moshing. It's Word Note. How's it going? Good to see you. Right, now what I'm going to do, because this stamp, right, the way that this editor works, that's the stamp of what I copied before, and it's coming out in that color because I've got it in 100% white. But if I set the alpha down, I can create this like little faded version of it and then bring that in a little bit from each side, and that will give it a little bit of a transition, and then hopefully it's going to make that join a little bit less noticeable. I think it's still going to look a little bit wonky, but do some more animated wigglies so that we've got these bits that sort of connect and move in a somewhat consistent way together. Okay. Right, you can't see the join too bad now. There's a little bit where it gets a bit squarey there. That's it. So just try and get rid of too much of that squariness. And do the same here. So as I was saying, like, make the two elbows have the same sort of basic thing, and then when I make the more detailed changes, that's when I do each one differently so that they, you know, do the extra work where it counts rather than... Well, this stuff is all trial and error. I'm doing a very specific thing. It's not, you know, I've got certain bits of reusable workflow, but mostly it's just, you know, a lot of crossing bridges as you get to them. Oh. Drawing on the wrong layer. Let me just merge that down. Go back and find the one that I messed up. And just do some wigglies to join this up. Okay. See what that looks like. I feel that they're probably going to have this sort of like boxy, segmented look regardless of what I do. That can't really be avoided unless I just don't have much texture on them. Alas. I think they just need like more texture. And I think if I can make the texture have more stages to it, it will look a bit noisier. Because at the moment it looks very painted and it doesn't look in line with the rest of the pixel art. So I think that's going to be quite reasonably easy to resolve. That just blew itself up. It didn't have a connector on it. Need to be able to burn them with a torch, maybe. They look more like worms than tentacles at the moment, but they will look more like tentacles once they've got the suckers on. Yeah, the thing that makes these annoying to art is that it's very hard to do anything global to them because they're all on, there's like 4 different sprites. I think another thing to do is do the do shake even, draw it under themselves and then do the shake on top so that we don't get that little gap. I can see a tiny little gap when it does its little shudder, and I think that's not good, for want of a better word. So maybe we need to just make this a little bit more of a kind of some sort of stipply, grainy texture that you can see. Maybe if I go over to the fungus and see what we've got in that sprite sheet. We need something a little bit grainier like this, I think. So if I were to just pick up everything that's that color, that would give us a sort of, gives us some sort of, what's it called? Brush we can use. I'll do this on a new layer so I've got less chance of just messing everything up. And if I print the same texture on all of them, we're sort of like forcing consistency, I guess. Also, you know, I'm thinking out loud about this to try and rationalize what I'm doing. It might not work, right? I'm just sort of like telling you my guesses as I have them, my theories, and then I test them by doing the thing. Maybe like a double layer of it every other frame so that it's sort of pulsing. Stinky Cheese Man. I don't know what Stinky Cheese Man is, but sounds like my kind of guy. I'm going to see if anything's on fire. If anything's on fire in the Discord while that's loading. Y'all on fire. Very gross. It's Rob. How are you doing, Rob? How is the game? I'm going to go back over to the fungus and get another texture. Do that same thing again. Not like that. That's not how you do it. I copy that hex code across, and then the alpha is 41. This is the main hurdle I've found with this pixel editor, is having to do this. Trying to get them a bit closer to the color that I had them in the actual food sprite that they drop that you've seen is kind of a bit more of this pinky red color. Oh yeah, I don't know what happened to the music. We listened to all of the dreamy jazz instrumentals on the whole of Epidemic Sound. It's dub time. How does the pulsating pink tentacle fit into the game? Painfully. Oh. Let's see what this does. So I've got 3 of each frame, and then I'll do a couple of drawn over animated bits so that sort of using the same frame 3 times in a row and then making minor modifications to it might be slightly better use of the style. I don't know. I'm very much just going off gut instinct. I'm not doing anything in a way that is super thought out or rational, but I think that's a good way to go when you're doing something that you haven't done much of. Not that though. Right, merge that down because I love a destructive workflow, and then do some more of this over the top. I think it needs to look rounder. It needs to have like stronger shadows pulling around to the edge, but I'm not quite there yet. It's the right color now though. That looks like it matches up with the meat sprite down there. Yeah, that's better. The trunk pieces aren't as extreme in how they animate because they have more frames and there's more similarity between the frames. I wish there was a tool in Game Maker where I could take 2 frames of pixel art and like interpolate them. I guess you can do it with like printing one over the other, which is kind of what I was just doing, but they're a bit better. It's a bit better. There's a very red frame of that elbow where it looks slightly too red. So let me just find that. There's this one. I'll do the same thing. So 3 of each. I'll take a little bit of each frame and use it as a brush. I've just got too many with that darker layer on. I think it probably just need to be less extreme. Yeah, I think you're right there, Paul. Suckers next. You just got too extreme with how different they were from frame to frame, and it was starting to look like almost like rushing water or something. So this is what the suckers look like on the meat. So then if I take them to the trunk, we want to make like a bigger version of these. I don't want them to be that small. So we want like a... I'll put a little bit of undershading on them so that they have their shadow as part of their stamp and that sort of thing. Maybe that's a little bit too uniform. It looks like a mechanical thing rather than a... I don't know. I think that's all right. And then if I were to take that and then make various versions of it, so we have like one that's a little bit more lopsided like that, and one that's smaller. One that way, or maybe even just squish down to that. That's cool. That's a nice little set of stamps to use, I guess. So if I get them all in place, that should be, they need to look okay whichever way they're up. So they should be like oriented to be in different directions from each other. Make that one into a... Maybe repeat this one up here, and another one that is like here that's meant to look like it's peeping round. That sort of thing, and then darken these guys a little bit. So the ones that are on the edge that are wrapping around don't look like they're on the same kind of, you know, they're further away from us than the others. And then we'll just take the whole thing as one big brush. And is there a way to copy that to... No, there's not. Okay, so what I need to do is just keep an eye on where they should be. What I'm going to do is I'm put them all down in the same place and then go through and just move the occasional one so that they're sort of twitching around, but they stay rooted in the same space. I think that would be a pretty good effect. They're all in the same place, and then I can look at the way that the thing is shifting around, and when it looks like it's moving a particular way, I can like nudge them around. If I go, okay, this one I'm going to move every 1, 2, 3, 4 there. So move it around a couple of times, and then try and do them at different rhythms so that they're not all moving on the same frame. That's creepy. So creepy. I love it. Maybe this little one, because it's small, it can just squish instead of moving. Try not to move them on the same frame. That top left one needs to have some sort of movement at some point. Maybe one squish and then a squish from the other direction. Bloop, 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 bloop. They're weird squishy guys. Can't believe it's 4 already. Wow. Okay, we're going to put these on the other ones. Move them around a bit so they look like they're in the right place. Oh, I need to put them on their own layer. Yeah, I do need to work on the shape of the tip one. I'm not happy with that yet. I will come back to that. It's just one of those little problems where it's like I know I will get lost in it if I think too hard about it. So it's given a sort of a very kind of Command and Conquer Tiberium field going on with these. So start them off in the same place, because remember, when it moves too much, it stops looking like what it's meant to be. So I'm going to go through these and each frame move one, and going clockwise and skipping one at a time. And go back again, and this time I'm gonna change the shape of a few. Doing it by yeah, it's definitely a direct Day of the Tentacle reference with the colors I chose. I wanted to make sure it looked like an alien tentacle and not a actual octopus tentacle. And then there's something about that Day of the Tentacle colors that look sort of it's gross, but it's also kind of cool at the same time. Like, I would be stoked to see a green and purple tentacle in the wild. I don't know about you guys. Be like, yeah, my favorite. So that's 2 in, 2 in at the top left. So having to do that manual stamping again. I think it's worth the effort. Can't get over. I mean, everyone's got different, right? But this is the fun bit. Like, why do people not want to do this? This is the most enjoyable bit. People want to like not have to do this at all. The very in denial about what video games are, people. Yeah, let's see it in engine in a second, and then we'll see if it feels like there's too many or not. I think it's a valid concern. It feels like it probably is going to need one little bit more of purple highlight in the middle to make it look slimy, but this is going to be something that I keep coming back to and iterating on. It's just the nature of the beast, the big tentacular beast. Oh yeah, look at those bad boys. That's great. Oh, I'm so pleased with those. I think I might turn that shutter, that little additional shutter animation off, because I don't think it's doing much except making it look bad. What I would do actually is just change what it does. So at the moment we've got this little bit of logic that tries to do a shake. What I actually do here is I'm kind of already doing it there. We don't have calamari. Well, we have tempura tentacles, which is kind of like what you do with calamari, isn't it? The 3 tentacle dishes we already have is a tentacle and cheese makes ravioli, a tentacle and a carrot makes like a tempura platter thing, and a tentacle and a leaf makes a sushi. So the way that the logic behind the recipes works currently is I basically act like carbohydrates are free. So you don't have to collect pasta or anything. So like a pie is literally just an egg and a fruit. If we go down here, garlic and meat makes meatballs. Garlic and snail makes escargot. Yeah, carrot and tentacle makes... You don't know, you haven't discovered it yet. Leaf and tentacle makes sushi. Cheese and tentacle makes ravioli. There's a lot more recipes now. I added quite a few I really feel like the inconsistency with the old and new pixel art on this page stands out quite strongly. You can tell which of these I drew a long time ago because they have quite harsh black outlines on all of the objects, which is not necessarily how I draw things now. So that those three are all sprites I drew like a week or two ago. Maybe they do need a darker outline, but I don't do these like harsh black outlines on everything anymore. The tentacles look great though. We do need a couple of... I think I can't remember who it was in the chat. I'll try and make the tentacle tip taper down a little bit better. And I will put some suckers on the tentacle, but I think they should be smaller ones so that it feels like everything is shrinking down, and they should be more on the sides so you get more of the shape. Yeah, that's really disgusting. They're sort of phobia inducing. I blow them up and yeah, that doesn't damage them. Yeah, I don't know how the can burn variable works. It's just some ancient one that I haven't used or tied into anything in a long time. We made some sushi. Tentacle sushi, anyone? Oh, you don't want it? Oh yeah, my new addition, the Mimic. He's a restaurant. I will make it look more like a Mimic and not just like a generic treasure chest. But the we have a Mimic in this game, but the Mimic is just a guest at the restaurant. There's not a regular Mimic that attacks you. No, it's just a restaurant guest. Also, when you do one of these little fairy altars now, it has a little fairy village on, like those little fairy villages you see in Iceland. I don't know if you can see it. Cute. Yeah, you can see how this would be really annoying if you built it in a place where it like stops you from getting into the next bit of the level. If I build up there. It also feels like the amount of meat it's dropping isn't excessive, so I feel like we got that right first time, really. Looks quite solid. Fits in okay with the aesthetic of the fungus. I'm happy with that. That's what I like. That feels like... So we've been doing this for 4 hours. I'm going to set aside half an hour. Take off half an hour for dealing with silly billies. But that feels like a high value feature that we've just got out of that 4 hours. That's something that is going to really give a flavour to certain parts of the game. let's make it more fun to blow them up. When we make a new one, we'll make a little sound effect there. Make the debris manually because it's not making itself. So the debris sort of is a kind of subsystem where I have everything in this game that is not a block or a mob is called an item, and the items have their own like physics and everything, and some can be picked up, and a debris is a type of item. And it's got its own physics, and it's sort of like halfway between being an item and a particle. So it means I can make these little destructible things that fly off and bounce around, and they fade. They don't have any real collision that affects anything else, and they fade. So they're like debris from when you like smash open a barrel in Dark Souls or something like that. And they're all basically the same object with a different sprite. And I'm going to just test it with a meat tentacle sprite for a moment to see if it works. Maybe there's like a yellow blood thing that I think would be good. For when you blow these up, because it's very similar to the color that's on there. The color of the slime that's on, not the color of the slime, the color of the suckers. Let's blow them up, see what happens. So it should shriek, really. I mean, one thing I could do is I could like, each one could have its own little list of which pieces it's connected to, and when one of them is destroyed, they all sort of like destroy. But I think that's something I'll come back to later if it seems important for either the gameplay or like satisfaction or making it feel a particular way. Oh. There we go. So they do that like icky yellow bile type stuff comes out, and then they also do an explosion of bits of themselves. That's a little bit misleading because it's using the same sprite as the meat, but I will adapt that in a minute. Although I think just using the meat sprite actually works pretty well, so I might leave that. Yeah, the moment you can like beat up the fungus, you can just hit it. That's going to be like a late game upgrade as well. We have some upgrades on the spoon, and you can upgrade to be able to just destroy certain types of blocks. It does look kind of obscene, but you know. I think if you make a tentacle with right angles, it's always going to look a little bit rude. Yeah, I think I will use the... I do love blowing stuff up. I think it's just important. Oh, I didn't do 360 there. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, there's some mushrooms in there. Okay, I'm gonna stop cheaping out and just make its own one. How do I do that? Okay, sprite, tentacle, debris. That's what we want. It should be debris, tentacle. Okay, that's good. And then if we go here and grab a block of the main meat texture, if that's what it is, I guess it is. We're calling it meat. And then we'll do a few more of those. If you've just joined us, we made a big tentacle. And I'm just making some debris for when you blow it up to make it nice and satisfying. I do advise people to try and enjoy these bits of like the juice and stuff, because if you enjoy that, then you can use it as a reward for doing the harder thinking bits. I had to do all the harder thinking bits to get the tentacle to wiggle around and do tentacle stuff, and that was tiring. And now I've got a little reward of doing the thing I really like, which is making something blow up in a satisfying way. No, Luigi, don't swap me, you know. Don't swat Doc just because he said he likes blowing stuff up. He's a game developer. That's what they like to do. Maybe if this is going to come out as one piece of debris, it should be bunched into a little lump like that. Jimmy Neutron flashback time. Yeah, I don't know, Paul. I need to review the merch at some point. I just set it up so that there was one and haven't really given it much thought, but I will at some point. It is funny that it would specifically be the UK that it's expensive to ship to. That's very silly. But yeah, that happens with a couple of places. I remember I wanted to, I think it was Shut Up and Sit Down, where I was looking at their stuff and it was like, yeah, I mean, people base this stuff on where the majority of their viewers are, I guess, but... Wigleth. This one's sort of close to the center like that. These can move around a lot more than the ones on the other one did because the end is supposed to be a bit more motile, is that the right word? And then what we'll do is, right, when it's getting smaller, we'll push this together. Wiggly wiggly, maybe one more. One more. One little tiny one like that. Just a big turquoise apron with the face in the middle of it. Oh, I didn't set the debris up. Let me just do that first. Yep, been going for a while. I'm melting. I need some food. Dehydrating, melting. Haven't eaten. But who needs food when you've got a big purple and green tentacle that explodes? I'm happy with that. Lifty leaf is a bit broken. Okay, so now imagine that there's a room. Maybe it's even a purple room, and it's themed as a purple room. And when you place it, it's like a tiny little, the smallest square room we can have. And all of the edge is made out of this kind of tentacle meat, but not arranged to look like a straight thing, just like its own thing. And then it has various tentacles sticking out of it. And it just wrecks your level, because wherever you put it, it just starts building tentacles out in every direction. That would be quite funny. I think that would be very amusing. I'm gonna prototype it. Zero, are you using Game Maker? Because this is what we're using. So Gleb, who was in the chat earlier, built this library. So I just need to log back into the chat to be able to send you a link. You look up GM... If you look up GM Room Loader, that's the library that we're using to do this kind of effect. It's not the only way of doing it, but it does make it a lot easier. So when I first built the game, I'd done my own little way of doing this, and it was really bad, and it was very hard to add new content to. So Room Loader makes that a lot easier, but you will have to like read the... like work through the manual a little bit to get it set up. Let's do some ambient synth. Right. We're going to do one more thing. Because then what we can do is we can make this kraken that is how the tentacles spawn, right? But instead of it being a monster that randomly occurs in the game, it's like one of the rooms that you can draft. Well, that could be quite fun. So let's test it out. Let's test the theory. Kraken 6 legs, I guess. You do always get those tentacles for free when you open that door, though. That would be the problem. Go back to the dock. Get rid of that. Reset the space dock to randomize like it was supposed to, so that we don't have the same starting room every time. Build a kraken. Huh. Something strange happened there. Let me just try it a few more times. That one seems to work all right. Yeah, I think they would need to not come out of the back because that one's too easy for you to blow up and get free resources out of. Right, just automatically get those from building the next room. Work out why they're doing that. Why are they doing that? Is it because the rotation isn't the same thing as the image angle? Is it something silly like that? Yeah, I'll put it in the game in that format now. It'd be quite cool if the room actually had purple walls and maybe a couple of eyeballs or something. Okay, that's not a thing. Why are they not rotating the right way? Oh, hang on. That's... yeah, that's 0. That's right. That's what it should be. Maybe like that. So if you want to build the room just to harvest them, you have to really build around and throw things up at them and stuff. Something strange happening when they're spawned that way. It seems to only happen when it's the first one you build. Well, if you build one after that, it's fine. The debris are animating, that's funny. I'm pretty happy with that though. I think we've made good progress today. I think the Kraken room, if it does stay as a room like that rather than the tentacles appearing in loads of places in the game, I mean, it could be both, right? I do like the idea of the room actually being a head. Maybe you could get a brain out of it if you blow up the right bit of the room. I was thinking about making brains into an ingredient, because then you can have zombie customers as well, like have a brain burger or something. Why is that showing up as not where I am? Something strange is happening there. Like previewing the room slightly away from where we should have been. So the tentacles are the wrong way round there. There's something weird going on with them. It's weird because when they all started in the first room, they were rotating the right way. There's something strange going on. I don't know what it is. This room is the one that I added when I realized that all of the levels were kind of going left to right in a big line, and I was just like, I'm going to make a big old Oblivion Tower. Big fungus Oblivion Tower. That's the level that we've built on this run. I think this screen, like, I think we need to spruce up the map a little bit, and I'm going to change the surround, but I do think this screen is one of the big selling points of the game, because you would see this on Steam and be like, oh, it's a Metroidvania. Oh, it's a Metroidvania map. And then when you see that it's got all of these different versions and it's different every time, it's like, what? It's like, yeah, because you're building it. It's it looks like a Metroidvania, but it's more of a Terraria, except instead of being procedurally generated by the computer, it's procedurally generated by you. Something weird. It's always the bottom ones and not the top ones as well. That's happened both of those. Do another one. It's like it's printing itself straight away. Oh, so it's the one that's at 90 degrees is the one that's facing out the bottom. So let's see what's going on here. That's 90. Oh no, the one that's facing out the bottom is the other one. Maybe it's because I don't have a 270 case on here, I don't know. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I hadn't worked out what the jump was happening at the beginning, but yeah, that makes sense. I know why. It's because the Leon, you're a genius. Thank you. You've helped me solve that. It's because the room loader switches the X flip of the thing. So what we need to do is just make sure that when these spawn in, they force their because room loader flips things round if the room is flipped, and we don't want that to happen in this specific instance, so yeah, I could imagine making the Kraken room into its own little suit, so it's purple and it appears purple on the map as well, and then giving the Kraken like 2 blocks that are eyes and one where its brain is, and you can like blow it up and get a big pair of eyeballs and a big brain out of it as well. So you get all of this like late game food stuff out of blowing up the Kraken. I think that would be fun. It's much more interesting than having it as a monster that you fight, just like having it as a room that you build. Yeah, maybe you can just like stop it growing by standing on it. Godzilla wants a barrel of toxic waste. Yum 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 yum. Oh, another thing we could do as well, because I've got these like, I started designing objects for sort of more sci-fi themed rooms, and we have these life form pods. This is a life form pod. And when it breaks, it has like different randomized creatures in. That could occasionally spawn a tentacle as well. That would be fun. So they're like a gacha of random objects later on in the game. You smash open the lifeform pod. Sometimes you get a goat or something helpful. Sometimes you just get a block of tentacle, and then it's going to wreck the level for you. Cool. Right. I'm going to leave that for now, because otherwise I am going to fall into the pit of like making animated Kraken eyes that like follow you around and look at you when you walk past. And as much as I do want to do that, because it sounds scary and gross, I don't want to do it today because I need to take a break, eat some food. I might come back on over the weekend though, because it's been fun doing this and I haven't sat here and just made stuff and streamed for a very long time. So thank you all for dropping in and for all your helpful comments and, you know, all of that kind of stuff. It's been really, really nice. Hope you have a good weekend. Good luck with whatever you're working on at the moment. And if you're not working and you're taking a break, also totally fine. We you know, we work to live. Is that right? Yeah. Not live to work. All of that kind of stuff. And that even counts to doing fun, fulfilling stuff like making art. So yeah, thank you all for coming along and being supportive. And I might jump on again this weekend.